Hello. Hello. How's everybody doing? A little bit dark in my room. Now it should be better. Now it should look somewhat presentable. Okay, so today I'm just gonna do some chill production. I have nothing planned. I have no ideas. I have barely any creativity, but I want to get some work done either way. So that's what we're going to do. Let me quickly get rid of the notes that are in here. Just because I want a fresh start on this project. This is a very old project and I haven't touched this in a few months, but it's sounding very, very nice. At least I think it's a nice sounding song. Intro obviously needs a little bit of work. Hello Klaus, hello my Logify. Nice to see you guys show up so soon. Intro right now is still a little bit boring. Don't know what I want to do with the drums here and the kick that's in here. Hello Mindbee. How are you doing? Rido also here. Everybody's here. I might redo the kick and bass on this track. I think I've shown this track off before on stream, right? I don't recall. I'm doing very well. Everybody's here just waking up.
Time travel has really captured our imagination.
Don't know what I was thinking with this distortion on here. Maybe we can do that as well. These all have extra tracks with them. Processing. Obviously all of the balancing for this track is not done, the hi-hats are way too low, the drums. sure about this long drawn out sound here. I'm just doing a little bit of like listen through, getting back into this project because, as I said, it has been a few months. I want to do more with this, so color this, I guess, a little bit of stronger green. Throw it like this. Big whoosh sound, I like that. I like how this ARP sounds in combination with these two, but they might be a bit too loud. Like, you render all stems for all your projects. I do. Anytime the project is finished with production, I'll render all of the stems so that I can go into mixing. Sorry to correct my messages all the time. There's no worries. No issue. I think we understand.
Time going slower. Gravitational redshift. Time dilation.
Okay, then here it's a bit too quiet.
Sense relativity. Time going slower. Gravitational redshift.
Guess it's that output thing here. I guess that does not have an output there. Go down here a lot.
Gravitational redshift. Time dilation. Einstein's relativity.
I think the break is gonna be way too long in this track as it is right now.
Gravitational redshift.
Check what it would be.
Einstein's relativity.
24.
Time going slower.
At 1632. 48. Almost 64 bars of breakdown.
Einstein's relativity.
Or collab with projector if he has time. Yeah, what? Well, we're just looking into a track of his together. Maybe it's gonna become something together. This is literally an idea that started this afternoon. So maybe it's not a good idea to already say it publicly, you know? I don't know if I like this kick and bass. Sounds a bit strange to me. Might just be me doing it on headphone after a while. I think it might be a bit too sub heavy. That's why I said if he has time. Well, yeah, it depends on more than just the time factor. In terms of like releasing the collab. There's many collaborations that I've done that haven't seen the light of day because at the end we were too busy with other things when it came to the release, even though the project itself was already like finished, or we had disagreements about how certain things should be planned or ran or something like that. All of those things can cause a collab to fail as well. If it was only about time, I would have gotten out much more music. You know what I mean? Grab one. Ah, okay, so this is... Okay, let's make a new baseline, actually. Because this has a lot of processing on it that I don't really want. I'm just gonna make my standard baseline, I guess. Let's go for like 18 for the slightly more open feeling from it. $179. 179 gives you the nicest click. Okay. So now we do need to do our phasing. Let's freeform phase. Do you play on the Indian Spirit Festival this year? No. No. I have no experience playing for live audience, unfortunately. I have never really gotten into DJing. I want to, at some point. But right now I'm just focusing on getting my music out there and having a reason to perform a live set. Okay, so that's a little bit powerful there. Ah, that was not on 16. That's why it's... I actually like some of the sounds that you get from actual EQ instead of modifying the harmonics. I hope we can see you sometime on such a stage. I would definitely like that at some point, but it's not something that I'm ready for right now. I also, as I said, I have no experience with DJing, so it would be strange for me to just go up on a stage because I wouldn't know what I would be doing there. Right? Like I would have no idea what's actually going on the stage and how should you perform or something like that. So I would first need to get some kind of training in that regard. And that's something that I've never really looked for yet. Also because, as I said, it wasn't my priority. Oh, I accidentally saved it. for now I'll leave it just like this. Sample some of the notes. Actually, you know what? I'll do this. Resample first, I think. Let's take our one note audio track. Maybe. Praise to you, the server. Thank you. Well, at least that gives me the hope. Yeah, as I said, it's never really been a priority. I like the production side more and explaining things and making tutorials and that kind of stuff. So that's kind of what I'm into. Can match your tracks key together, that doesn't need experience. Well, it's not just about that. The whole difference between a decent DJ or a bad DJ and a good DJ isn't so much his mixing skills, but his crowd reading skills. Right? Like, you know when a DJ is bad. Not because his mixes aren't good and he doesn't transition well from one song to the next, but because the songs that he is playing don't make any sense with the dance floor. Nobody is going to care if your transition is slightly off key. Nobody's is what Greedo says, hearing a nice C sharp harmonic on the A sharp bass. But that's in regards to the bass line itself. Maybe he is a little bit behind. But when it comes to mixing in key, this is what I wanted to tell about. People make a very big deal about mixing in key. But for me, I think the more important thing is that all of the songs work together like theme-wise, right? So that throughout your live set, you're telling a story. So you're going for A minor, I assume. Yes. I always write in minor, either normal minor or Frisian. I'm assuming that this is in Frisian. No, this is a normal minor. Frisian is like this, normal minor is like this. This is a normal minor track. A sharp minor. Nice offbeat bass, if we ever wanted to. What do we say? A bit more transient? I think so, right? Oh, I just turned off my driver, my sound driver. Oh, I'm still connected. That's nice. I was scared that it would crash OBS or something like that. But it seems to have worked out. I don't know if you can hear it, but there's people screaming in the floor above. Maybe you can hear it. Maybe it's like bleeding through. I'm still not 100% satisfied with my microphone setup because I listened to it back and as well for some of the videos that I've recorded. Specifically the one that I posted yesterday with the free synth stuff. I feel like it has some clipping in there. Maybe. That's what it sounded like to me. Also with the shorts that I'm been posting now, the new production shorts, the round of recordings that I did for that, I wasn't completely happy with the sound quality of the microphone. The DK was crazy, the ambience was mad on the dance floor. The DJ was crazy, the ambience was mad on the dance floor. When was this? Yeah, which festival? Because that's the interesting question. Okay, so here we want to go into changing the key. I'm going to mark this blue, so that I know that I need to replace some keys there. I think I want to either go for the same melody or rewrite the bassline melody here, but I do want, as you can see, a space where the bassline isn't just doing the same notes over and over. But then we go back and doing this. What it was private festival. Okay. Here's the question, what am I going to do with this big of a breakdown? What am I doing there now? Probably still just this thing looping, right?
Time dilation.
Oh, it's the one with the cool vocals.
Einstein's relativity.
I do like this breakdown, I just think it's
Time going slower.
a bit too long. Obviously now the bassline is just kind of there.
Time
Normally be filtered in.
Einstein's relativity. Time going slower.
Here we need to give a lot more definition to all of the synths that are in here. High-end stuff.
Time travel has really captured our imagination.
Okay. Ah, we're constantly missing the last beat here. I have to fix that. Jupe, how are you doing? I still don't know if that's the way that you pronounce your name. Jupe 2. Now it just reminds me of the new chatbot. Like GPT. Okay, so I'm doing some kind of crazy melody here with the bass line. Okay, that means that we have to render out all of the individual. which is just 3 different notes, actually. You already have the A sharp. Oh, it's an octave too high. Right? Yeah, this is the A sharp 0. That's the one that we want, obviously. Perfect. Let's arrange these in the pattern that they need to be. Set them all. And then we'll make sure that the transients all have that loudness we want. Well. Yes. Was a long scroll to get to that baseline. Okay. That we should be good. Okay. What I want to do is make an audio track. Because this is just like a 2-bar loop, we can just fill it in with from an audio track, which makes it very helpful. Let's actually do something first. We'll make each of these a custom color. Read. Darker blue. And then obviously we have to set these back to the original color. Ooh, that's taking a little bit of time. Okay, so now I want to assign these to the right notes. This is the higher note, goes there, there. They're all offbeat, so that's okay. Here. And I think that's it. And just take this over. Up. Here and there. And then we just, once it's arranged, drag them into here. Now we have all of our bass lines on one single line here. Okay. I want to check the kick. Use on the kick. That one I'll leave. Mine B, $15. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very appreciative of your donations lately. Helps the channel, and obviously it goes all to the camera for better quality. We're at 151 bucks out of the $500. Get that camera. That would be very nice if we could get that at some point. No rush though. It's not like the quality right now is unacceptable. It's just lower than what I want it to be. We have to take this two and put them on the bass track. Which also means that we can delete all of this. We no longer need it, let's just not keep it around. And now we need to that. Okay. I want to save this as a new project. New, so that I have the old project if something goes wrong at this point. Like that melody, feels like an anthem. Yeah, it's a nice melody. I like the 2 bars, the fact that it's like 2 bars, something that I don't often do. And there's this cool motive of it going down and then back up again in there. Also helps that the bass melody is doing the same thing. I have an idea. Could you play the entire track once so we can make a comparison later? Maybe we come up with some suggestions or something. I did play the track at the beginning, but I talked through it. But if you want to offer suggestions, then I greatly appreciate that. One of the things that we need to focus on is the length of this breakdown. And intro is also pretty long, actually, now that I'm looking at it. Starts after 3.5 16-bar segments, which is very long for a sidetrance track. What I can do is remove, I think, 16 bars here, 16 bars here, and then add 16 bars of drop back to this part. And we are a little bit shorter than in terms of timing, but this track is almost 9 minutes long, which is way too long. Or not way too long, but that is on the longer side. So we'll go to around here, which is like 8.5 minutes, which is still long, but okay. But yeah, there's a lot more work that needs to be done on right now the structure of the track. But I can have a listen to it, and while I'm here, I'll also record master output. I'm more into 6-7 minutes in general. It depends for me. If I'm going for more of an anthem style track or a set opener or something like that, I'll usually go above 10 minutes. But I'm a fan of like long sidetrances around the 8-minute mark, I would say. 8.5 minutes, sometimes 9. But you cannot have an EP full of just 9-minute tracks. That makes no sense. Oh, by the way, something that I cannot see that I wanted to check here. The Stream Elements bot just posted for me, check out my products on Gumroad, but it doesn't show up in my chat like on the screen. Right? This chat here. It doesn't show there. Does it show in the YouTube chat? That's all I wanted to know. Because I cannot check myself, because for me it does show because I am the streamer. Right? Yes, okay, nice. Ah, there's still bases there. It shows. Nice, nice, nice. I'm going to make this shorter. I'm also getting tired of the sound here at some point, so this is going on for way too long. Time thing, I don't know what I want with that.
So time travel has really captured our imagination.
This one is wrong, the distortion is all messed up. Let me check something here. Oh, we'll check that later. Okay. Agree we can play long when have done it total, I think. For starters, cut the intro in half, you're right, it's way too long. I'm not sure in half, I do like myself a nice long intro, but I'll probably take away like 16 bars of it. I do want to have a nice big setup for this track. Probably taking away 16 bars will be okay. Just the word YouTube. Obviously we need to do something here with the fill. Let me write that down. I just deleted what was there already, but I want to do something special there. I think I'll just remove partially the kick and bass part, and then maybe also 8 bars here that our breakdown is like this long. That makes sense. For me. This will be remove. I remember really liking the vocals from this track, especially in the breakdown. But there's not that much vocal stuff going on in compared to my more recent tracks.
Time dilation. Einstein's relativity. Time going forward.
Nice, now my chat is in French. Thank you.
Time dilation.
Okay, now I cannot understand my own chat. That's not what we want.
Gravitational redshift.
Half French, but still. Too much. Even if it's half French, it's too much. Potremmo parlare in italiano. Sì, quello sì. Nessun problema, dai. Ik zeg gewoon toch even in het Nederlands. Allemaal verschillende talen komen er voorbij. Every language under the sun. We get real Alex in here for some German. Want some more force here in the synths.
Time travel has really captured our imagination.
Ich bin ein Berliner. The only German to know. The only important German. Roommates being loud again. I will remove the squelch from here. Squelch. I'm also not sure about these vocals. This is a question here. I like the vocals in the breakdown, but I think they would have more impact if we just left them as breakdown vocals alone, right? So no vocals here. Let's first tackle our major structural issues. How does the track sound if we just play it from here? Apart from the automations like not working at the start. Holy moly. Holy shit. What was I doing here? Hello Justin. How are you doing? Can I safely delete this? And move it forward? If all of the automations stay in there. I mean, I think I can, right? This. Forward. One. I mean, I guess this. That's a lot of automations, even for me. I like to automate things, but this is crazy, the amount of automations that are in here. Exactly remember what I was doing. Stuff with the transgate and whatever. Okay, so the next thing is loop, which I like. Just delete it here. And then we also make sure that also has crazy automation. That's the annoying bit of like old productions. You don't exactly recall what you're doing at any given time. Let me move all of it. Or do I have to do it like one at a time? I have to do it one at a time, am I not? I'll leave this like this. It's also so hard to select things in this mode. Here, I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what exact automation there is on it. It's not like I know what these these automations are doing anyway. Right? So what I wanted to do was look into these drums, if I still want them. These are like low muddy mono drums. Also, what is this? Like a kick drum, but muddy. I'm gonna delete them both. We can delete this pad, we can delete this, our baseline, that's shorter. Perfect, okay, so now we can shorter and just select our whole track and move it forward. By the way, are you sticking with Ableton or considering Bitwig project? Just curious. I am sticking with Ableton. I'll probably make a video about my decision not to switch to Bitwig and what the reasons behind it is. But it really boils down to the fact that there's not enough gain for me consider the amount of time that you spend on it to like actually transition worth it, right? So when it comes to going towards a new DAW, what is important is that you need to realize that you're gonna be spending 3 or 4 months of time actually learning the DAW. People say, no, you can learn Bitwig in a week. No, you can't. Because when it comes to the way that you produce, if you've been doing it for a decade like I have, I've been developing all kinds of tactics and muscle memory and quick things that speed up my workflow like this. My templates, my structures, the way that I have all of my files saved, all of that needs to be readjusted for a new DAW before you are at the level that you are now, right? So people say, what I think happens is that people say, oh, in a week you're just as fast in Bitwig as you were in Ableton. What they perceive is them being very, very slow for a week and then slightly faster after the week, but not yet at the level of Ableton. But because they came from the very slowest form of Bitwig, they don't realize that they're actually not yet faster in terms of workflow for making a whole track over a week. That just takes months of time to learn, right? To get fast with it. I've had my browser for 10 years up here. In Bitwig, it's down below right here where the chat is. I wouldn't want it to be down here, and every time I need to look for something, adjust my mind to say, oh, I need to look down here instead of above here, right? I'm a Cubaser that will probably stick to Cubase for life. That's the best way to do it, is to find the DAW that works. Okay, so you produce for 3 or 4 years, right? That's kind of the general goal, what you want to do. You want to produce 3 or 4 years so that you know the basics about production. Then you want to look into all of the DAWs and say which one is the best for me. Which one, if I were to learn it well, would speed up my workflow and would allow me to be as creative as I can be. For me, that was Ableton. And I looked into it and I experimented with a few bunch of DAWs and demos and stuff like that. And then I said, I'm going to focus on Ableton. And then for the rest of your life, you should focus predominantly on whatever DAW you have. And don't consider switching over, because it's only a time waste if Okay, so for me, when I switched over to Ableton, the reason why I did that predominantly was because I got one of those mixer devices, right? The MIDI device that actually allows you to play with the mixer. That didn't work for FL Studio, so I went to Ableton, and it massively improved my workflow. Then I saw that Ableton just in general had a better workflow with all of the plugins down below and everything neatly organized in regards to FL Studio back when it was in like 10, 11, right? Back almost 8 years ago now. So for me, the switch was really easy because I could justify it with saying, if I switch now and I learn this DAW, I'll know for certain that my workflow is just better. And I don't have that feeling with Bitwig. Yeah, they have the grids. Yeah, they have plugin instability things that they do better. Yeah, they run everything sandbox. Yeah, the delay compensation is a little bit better. I wouldn't need to go in here in my projects and then go to my baseline every time I open up a project, turn this setting off and on, which is just something that you have to do in Ableton. But overall, time wasted or spent learning Bitwig isn't going to make up the time lost, or isn't the time that is like gained by switching to Bitwig is not going to be made up by the extremely large amounts of time that I spent just learning the software. That would take years, and I don't see the benefit of that. At that point, once those years have passed, a new DAW will be popular, and it won't be Bitwig, and Bitwig will be the old guys, and everybody will be furious at Bitwig why they still refuse to improve their DAW and why they still refuse to innovate. You can just mark my words on this. This is going to happen. Right? It's always been like that in music software. Some company comes around, says we have these 4 fixes for Ableton, and we put it into a DAW. Here you go. We're going to improve it and make tons of improvements. And then a few years down the line, they become like Ableton and they just don't develop it as much anymore. Rant over. Okay, there's a chord in here that I don't like, this one. I want this to go up here. Back to the same, or do I want to go power chords? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, what? Ah! This is the chord. I think I'll go like 5, maybe? Many does have their unique pros and cons to a degree. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Okay, I don't like the key change on this, but it does need to do something. We cannot just have it go like this, right? Maybe. At the end of the day, many roads lead to Rome. everybody has their own workflow and way of working. That's going to change, and the DAW that you choose to use is going to change accordingly. 100%. Yes, I'm just gonna leave it like this. You're already in Italy, yes. That's the big reason why I don't switch DAW. I'm an Italian traditional kind of guy. Have this here. A lot quieter. I don't even know if I like this sound here. Originale Italiano. I wouldn't say that. I was not an original Italian when I came here. I mean, I did come here from a different country. So I wouldn't exactly call myself a original Italian. Why does it not copy over? Oh, wait. That twice as well. Make sure that that works still. Where is the... Transcate on this noise? Look at this. Oh. At this thing? Ah, it's already transgated. I don't know if I like this. I'll just have this like fade out. What is this doing either way? Anyway, let's have a... What's a KNB? Kick and bass. Asset, how are you doing? Just wild guessing. Sounds terrible. I'm sorry. I'll turn that off. Oh, Chaos, how are you doing? Do I use Ursa DSP for mastering Boost? Yes, Boost is always on my master chain. This is such an old project that it still has a master chain. So this still has boost on it. I should probably just delete this, because I'm gonna go into mixing it and everything. But I always use boost on my tracks. Yeah. Like that, I like it. That's a very big echo. I used to do so many uncontrolled delays and stuff like that. I don't really do that anymore. Anytime, oh, I guess here as well. This is all rendered to audio. That's kind of how I usually do it now. Which leaves you with a lot less stuff to work with. But stuff like this, where at some points the feedback is just more than 100, I never do that anymore. I will freeze this. That we don't have to deal with that problem. Because that is very, very annoying, right? When you come back to a project like this, I guess. Right way to say it. And things like delays and stuff like that are just uncontrolled. Also the reason why, remember that video that I did now almost 2 years ago, I think, 1.5 years ago, about how I used this trick with the groups and then this kind of almost like a return track within the group. I barely do that anymore. I always do it on the same track, so inline, but like with an audio effect track, a dry wet split on an audio effect track. And it's the same reason, because then within the track itself I can see what's actually happening. You rather use echo than delay? Yes, I like the echo because it has stereo control. That's what I like. And its feedback can go above 95. It can go in the positive feedbacks, which is sometimes interesting, but as I said, causes a lot of problems, so I like to freeze stuff that does this. Yeah, you can see what kind of uncontrolled kind of mess this can become. Right? So this, in this case, it was what I wanted out of the track, but it is still a very big mess. I'm going to consolidate all of this in one big file, which is probably a bad idea. It's probably going to take a while. Yep. Taking its sweet time. Anybody has anything they want to share with me while we're waiting? Any cool stories? Any interesting facts? It's taking its sweet time. You can imagine how bad it was on the old PC. I would just, I don't know, set something to freeze, go and take a drink from the fridge, and I would come back and it would be like 20%. At least now I can. Almost done here. Now by 5. I guess we can do like -2 dB. I wonder what the... Oh, it's just the first part. Oh no. Okay, so now it's fixed. Low BPM, and then we had 4 high BPM techno bass, house, tech house, progressive trance, and full on. In the club we played also. 150 to 180 people went to get crazy. Nice, very good. Sounds like a lot of fun was had. Here we have a little bit more space now. Time vocal, this one. Once I'm going to delete it, it doesn't work.
Time travel has really captured our imagination.
I really like this synth here. It's such a big, massive kind of sound. I don't even know what I did. It doesn't look that complex. Like the tone and the thing on a saw wave. Yes. A lot of distortion on there. Big reverb. Then the saturation. Ah. Reverb, saturation, echo, reverb, enhance, more high-end, compressor. Wow.
Time travel has really captured our imagination.
I want this to be like a very sharp cutting through kind of lead, right? There's Synth. Hello? Okay, so I'm back. I don't know what's happening. This has been happening so long now, right? That every once in a while my stream just drops. Like every hour it drops once. And I have no idea why. Like, is that something that's with like my modem settings or something like that? It's just that the internet just drops. I'm back, yes. I can see it dropping. I can see both my stream on the right where it shows me in my little windows or my little like YouTube Studio preview, and also I get a notification or a pop-up on the OBS client that I'm lagging out. But there's nothing that I can do about it. So why even tell me that information? Because literally all I can do is just sit back and wait for it to connect again. Now I've lost what I was saying. I think we were processing this sound here. Yeah, we want this to be snappy, really gritty, really on and off, really staccato kind of. I guess this can be a bit more stereo sounding. Wonder what I was doing here. What the goal of this sound is. You don't often see a lead consisting out of like a chord loop like this, but I think it's really cool because it's a little bit of a strange chord thing. Right, it's not your average like chord progression, I would say. Strange things happening in here.
Time travel has really captured our imagination.
I don't think I'll use that chord thing. Doesn't really fit. Congrats to me. I don't know what you mean. I will remove this sliding thing because it's too slow for the track.
Time travel has really captured our imagination.
I was able 2 words. I don't understand. To write sorry. I have no idea what you mean, mind be. Maybe write it in French so Klaus can translate again? I think the problem with like our main lead here, this thing, is that it has a speed up part when this synth plays, which doesn't make a lot of sense, and this is like not in rhythm. So I guess I'm gonna not do that. I'm just gonna repeat the same thing like this. Repeat the same thing for bars and here as well. So that's just a normal part, and then this lands on top of it. I was able to write 2 words without fail. Nice. And then he started to write things that confused me so much I had to ask him to go back to a different language. I'm sorry, dude. Let's see. Honestly, for this sound, I think we should just go down and then up again. Maybe a little bit less modulation like this. I like the delay sound that we're getting here now. This feels a little bit out of place here. Ah, wait, we didn't. We have issues here now because we moved the rest and not this. That's why this doesn't match. Be here. What I think I'll do is I'll just go directly from here into, like, not have this transition period. This synth, right? We have to be a little bit careful with how we want to do this. I need to delete one more of these. Does this have more automations? Probably. Yep. Any automations. All move these backwards. 100, I guess. I'm making it louder. I think. Assuming that this compressor is somewhere. Yeah, here. Okay. That means that stuff. And we can start moving some things forward. Unless there's other things that are overlapping here. This is the moment where we should use marker tracks, right? Or the locator things. The start. And then this will be end. I really don't like having these markers up here in general, because they clog up your timeline with vertical stripes. If you were able to toggle like the stripe down below, that would be perfect. But unfortunately there's no way, so cannot do that. This we can delete, no longer needed. I want to keep this synth moving into outro. That means that we can move all of this forward already. This will just be like yeah, that makes sense. The deletion part, we that. But from here, we can essentially copy over everything again. Oh my god, this is so annoying that there's like two ways of copying everything. Then we go from this to start. Means that we delete here. And then that's it. This, I think. Yes.
Time moves forward. Gravitational redshift. Time dilation. Einstein's relativity. Time goes forward. Gravitational redshift. Time dilation. Einstein's relativity. Time goes forward. Gravitational redshift. Time dilation. Einstein's relativity. Time.
I was really into these long morphing synth lines when I wrote this. I don't know if I want to keep this part here. I think we've already simplified the track a lot. We are getting to a point where I say that it's maybe a little bit on the short side now, especially if we have only 4 sections in this part. Please, here. Thank you. We'll have another kick and bass with drum section here. None of this here. It's longer. The top loop is also very, very boring. You can still hear delay stills ringing out, even now. So the delay is very uncontrolled in this track. It's gonna be a fun mix.
Captures our imagination. Time travel has really captured our imagination. Time travel has really captured our imagination. Time travel has really captured. Time travel has really captured our imagination.
This doesn't sound good with this stereo layer. I don't like that.
Time travel has really captured our imagination.
Just make it stereo with this. What is this? $98. If the saturation. Ah. Maybe we lost some. Yeah, it seems like there's some automation doing strange. Gonna go. Matter? Is it no?
Time travel has really captured our imagination.
Yeah, there's a lot of delay issues here. The delay feedback thing was one of them. I like the effect here and there, but I don't want it everywhere, I think. And then here we'll slow down for the outro. How do you get your perks to sound so clean? To be honest, I don't think I'm doing anything. Okay, I am doing something. Let's have a look. To be honest, I cannot tell you what my thought process was here. I think the main thing might be the gluing I'm doing with the reverb here. Adds a bit of diffusion, something like that. But I'm going to do the mix again for this track. So don't expect these sounds to stay like this.
Time travel has really captured our imagination. Imagination. Time travel has really captured our imagination.
I have a Q question. I'm assuming you mean I have a question, which I'll allow. Not that there's much that I can do about it. Kick and bass doing some weird stuff here. Yep. Let's see what we're doing in terms of... We do have quite a few builds in here. Which, I mean, I guess we don't have to do one here. Notice when I listen there. Unfortunately, I don't know what you mean. I guess we can bring back this synth. Like here. I don't know if I want one of these big impact sounds every time here. That would make sense with the structure that we have. Maybe it's just a bit too much, right? Having it every 8 bars. I don't like this sound. I'm just gonna dump that sound. Well,
Time travel has really captured our imagination.
I think it might make sense to switch around these two sections. Let's do that. very outside of the track. This one forward. Probably not all things that are in here. I feel like this is the more empty part, and therefore it should be outro. Lined up now. And then we move this. What? I just cancelled Sam's rendering. Just stuck 2 hours 40. These are the kind of things that you need to write me in private, dude. To be honest. Right? I understand that we have some stuff working on together, but this is not something that the whole chat or the whole world would need to see. Not that there's something that I'm trying to blame or something on you, but it does feel a bit weird. Write this in public. Well, this is still very much a private thing that we're creating. Color, yes. We are trying to work out a collaboration. The idea came forth this afternoon, so it's like in the very early stages. For some reason, everything is like moved forwards one. Let me fix this. Why? How? Almost 7, yes. Just have question. When I listen to Burn and Noise, even Asterix, I found the kick and bass very quiet. Is it normal? No? That's not correct. Kick and bass is just like normal volume. Like if I compare the kick and bass to something like a Dark Side track or something like that, I don't feel like there's a massive discrepancy in like volume between the two subgenres. The only thing that I would say where the kick and bass is louder, if you look at something like the Timmy Trumpet, Armin van Buuren does, where they can have a whole drop of just kick and bass, or what's the other guy, Jillax, is a fairly popular one. Like the real prog, what we call prog, and not so much progressive psytrance, right? I always differentiate prog, P-R-O-G, and progressive psytrance in that progressive psytrance is very theme-based, but still focuses on the normal structure and the normal kick and bass usage of like traditional psytrance, whereas prog for me is something that differentiates from that. So I always say Jillax as an example because that's the only one that I know. I don't know what you mean by them being quiet. I don't think, as I said, there's a big discrepancy in that. Like, do I mix my kick and bass quiet? I don't think so, right? This isn't mixed, right? So this is not a representation of how it's going to finally end up. But if we listen to some stuff from the album, for some reason isn't here. Seconds. There it is. Let's have a listen to like this track here. Is the kick and bass mixed quiet in this track? I wouldn't say that this is quiet. Like, the kick and bass, if we look at the volume, it's full volume. What do you mean by quiet then? Because to me, quiet references volume, right? That's what we use to measure volume. If it's something different for you, then that's the reason why you have issues explaining what you mean. I don't think my kicks and basses are quiet here. Here, even in the break.
Can you see anything out of the ordinary?
In fact, I think this is a very loud kick and bass. Look at how loud this is. The bass line is peaking at 0. Yeah, I don't know how I would ask for it either way. Like, can you give me examples then of tracks that in your idea are less quiet, I guess? Is this my music? Yes. This is the album that just came out. One that you just saw Stream Elements post about. Weren't here then, now it should work. Right? Yeah, there it is. If you're interested in the album, Stories of My Mind. Stories of the Mind. Not the name of my own album. Nice. These are all tracks from there. This is very loud, I would say. I think he meant straight, not much variations of basses, I guess. Yeah, that could be it. Pass me my track that I gave you. The bass is very loud, I think. Can I play it? Can I play it, the one that you sent through the SoundCloud link? That's okay with you? Play it from there. You sent the link on here? Oh yeah. Of course, rolling most of the time to keep the trance. Yeah, I guess my approach with this album was to just have a few tracks that weren't rolling, so this one isn't. This is like also offbeat. If I went for rolling bassline, I went almost always with just completely rolling bassline. Like the only ones are this one that starts rolling bassline, then goes offbeat and then back to rolling. And then live experience as well, which is like slide and then the second drop is rolling bassline. I don't think I had any other track where there were variations on the rolling bassline. Or is this gallop? This might be gallop. I think it is. I don't see a transient here. I have a tendency to mix kick and bass very loud. I want to have a listen to your version then. If you think that I should be, if I can listen to it right now on stream, if that's okay with you, then I'll have a listen to it. But I don't hear my kick and basses being quiet. They are the loudest part of the mix, 100%. It's a strange way of saying it. Can I listen to the track? Can I listen to your track to see what's going on? I think even here, when I listened to it, the very first thing that I noticed was that the kick and bass wasn't really dominating the mix. And keeping it in the middle, right? With rare exceptions, yes. With rare exceptions, you always want your kick and bass to be mono. Kick and bass is very loud. Can I play it? Can I play the track? You won't get mad if I spoil the track to people? On here? You guys can't see the whole link, so you cannot copy it even. As long as you don't want me to spoil things, I won't play it. If you don't mind, then we can have a listen and see what you mean. But even looking at the waveform here, there's a lot of it. I think this has kick and bass, this part in it. Yeah, but it's very well mixed, I guess. Can I play the track? Then I can judge. Then I can say, give my 2 cents. If I cannot hear the track, then I won't be able to tell. I'm trying to get some conclusions out of the waveform that I'm seeing here in SoundCloud, which is a very bad thing to do. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I was about to say, to me, it sounds like you are mixing a lot quieter than I am when it comes to your kick and bass. I think my kick and bass stands out more in my full mix than it does in your mix. And this is production. This is not even the final mix. You listen to like a final mix track here. Go for another one. This might probably be the loudest track on the album, so this might be the worst example. Still, I feel like this one is a lot louder mixed than this track. In terms of the kick and bass. Really here, what I hear most is the choir sound. And here there's mainly laser sounds and things like this. You know, it's a track beginning by chords. This is your track. Evolution 3. It's this. Did I just lost the ability to read then? I was about to say, yeah, this is your track, dude. Okay. I don't think that the kick and bass is loud enough for this track, if I'm gonna be honest. When you said that my kick and basses were quiet and you then give me this, I'm gonna say that's bullshit. I definitely feel like I mix my kick and bass louder than you did in your reference track. Wish I could show you one of mine. Sure, go ahead, why not? There's a channel on the Discord, stream stuff. If you dump something in there, I can react to it on stream. That's gonna be the rule from now. Anything that you put in here, make sure that it's not like a remix or something. I'll listen to it and I'll see what I can do with it, give it some feedback. What I will do is take a little bit of a break before we go into then feedback sessions and stuff like that. Usually once I start giving feedback to people, there's a whole bunch of different people that start dumping their tracks, so it becomes a little bit of a session, which I don't mind. It's fine, it's fun to do. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a break before that, have you listen to this track once more, and then once I get back, hopefully Acid has posted his track or somebody else has, and then we'll get into doing some feedback, and who knows, we'll get back into production. There's still like 2 more hours of my time, so that's gonna be fine, I think.
really captures our imagination.
Gravitational redshift. Time dilation. Einstein's relativity. Time going slower. Gravitational redshift. Time dilation. Einstein's relativity. Time going slower. Gravitational redshift. Time dilation. Einstein's relativity. Time going slower.
Time travel has really captured our imagination.
It's not enough good track to seal me. Sounds more pro yours, yeah. But I have ideas to structure. That's why I said we should collaborate on that track, because I feel like I can take out some of the elements and make your idea stand out a little bit more within your structure or mix or whatever you want. Call it. Because I got really excited when you played me the track. Somebody post anything on the Stream Stuff channel? Which plugin can be an alternative for Ursa DSP Boost? Well, what Boost does, in terms of its limiting way, really only Boost can do. I don't think I can open Boost like this. I have to go here. Yeah. So, Boost, for one, it doesn't distort, right? Not even if you push it very, very hard will it distort. You do have to obviously set like a long release, nice long attack, your standard kind of mastering limiting, right? I don't have another limiter that comes close to the amount of power that can be squeezed out of Boost. Also because it does like oversample with true peak, which is very, very useful. But any limiter will limit. It is at the end of the day is a limiter. So any limiter, if you push it hard enough, you can if you really don't care about the actual quality of the final limited sound, which obviously we do, you can use any old limiter. You could just take this, boost it up, and that will be your track mastered. Where did I just place that? Here, obviously. You want to master your track with just the standard limiter from Ableton. That's a master track. It will just not sound as good as it does with Boost. But something like FabFilter Pro L or whatever other mastering limiter you have will be able to get a loud master. I just prefer the sound of Boost. I even don't know if I can make some ads here. Delete that because I don't know if I am. To be honest, Mindbee, you're a little bit hard to follow today. Don't know what's going on here, but maybe you need to spend a little bit more time thinking before you write something. Anyway, I thought I was gonna do some feedback on Acid 1, but it doesn't have to be here. Did you master the album yourself? Apart from 3 tracks, I did all of the mixing and the mastering myself, yes. Send yours. Where did you send it? Is it on the Discord? Is it on the... Not showing for me. Above. But this is old. Didn't send on Discord. You send it here. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. You cannot post links in chat. Only I can do that, and my bot. I have to disable links because otherwise you get those spam bots that advertise like porn sites. So that's the reason why I don't allow sending links in the chat, because that when you have that enabled, you will get a lot more of those bots that just spam a link to like a porn site or something. Yeah, so that's just an how do I go on the Discord? Yours? There should be a link coming up, and then you will land here. You just scroll down to stream stuff, which is where I discuss everything around the stream, and then you can post it in here, or you can post it into feedback as well. That doesn't really matter. It's the feedback channel that we have on the Discord. Am I going to master this track right now? No. No. What I will do is I will finish this production. The production isn't finished, right? There's a lot more things that I need to work out. Once I have all of the production ideas worked out and finished out, I'm going to go and render out each individual track. And then I'll open up Reaper. You guys cannot see, but there's a Reaper icon as well. So Reaper is a different DAW. Permission to post there. Just need to be logged in. Anybody should be able to post there. Right? Add a channel. I shouldn't show this on screen. Muted people cannot send messages. Are you? You're not muted, so this is good. Should be able to just post it in there. Not allowing you to. What does it give you? Does it give you like a pop-up message or something that explains what's going on? Anybody should be able to post in my Discord. As long as you're a member role, which you get automatically for joining. Members. then you should be able to just post in here. Because it just takes whatever is happening in the community thing. Can you try posting it in a different thing, in the feedback channel maybe? Instead of putting it into stream stuff, you put it in feedback. Right here. Instead of there. Smash the like button, newcomers. Thank you, Malogify, for reminding us every once in a while. There it is. Ooh, nice art. This is AI art, but still, it's a good looking one. Space Rider, D minor, 140 BPM. So it's not a master version, I don't care. I mean, you could see that it wasn't really that mastered, right? Mastering at the end of the day is just for loudness, and it does seem like your track is significantly louder here than it is in the intro, what it needs to be. So that's okay. There's something very wrong with the snare, to me. The snare doesn't fit, and it also feels like there's some low end in it. Like it's a really messy snare when it comes to the track. Also, overall, what's happening with a lot of your leads is that you're forgetting about the dynamics of your leads. So what I would suggest you do is, say that you're making your lead, right? You have some standard stuff. Oh. What you probably do is you create some kind of sound, some kind of tone. Let's just go for the tone pack right now. Let's say that this is your sound. Something like this. What happens if you play it in a sequence like this, where you just leave all of the notes open, like you do with the arpeggios? So you have your 16 note arpeggios and then your notes are very long. Just get this kind of wall of noise where the dynamics don't really change. Either in your arpeggio, make the notes shorter, like this. That way you get that nice gritty feeling of the note actually turning on and then turning off. Or if you do want longer notes, you always have to set this to like 99 instead of 100. If you do want something like this, then just go down on the sustain and your decay. Maybe even a bit more. Then you get something like that, which sounds a lot better because it has a little bit of that dynamic feeling. For me, your ARP doesn't really sound good because it's always at the same level. Just having a look at the analyzers here. There's a little bit of a mess down with what's happening down below. You have some cases. Oh. Paused the wrong thing. That now also has my stuff in there. Don't worry about that. I feel like there's two things happening here that's really struggling. What you're really struggling with. One is the sound selection for just for the whole track. It feels like sometimes the bass line feels a little bit strange in the low end, right? I pointed it out, I think, here somewhere. Let's see if we can find it. Here somewhere. There's like a weird sound happening to the bass line. Maybe you're changing keys and it's just not obvious because of the second problem. And I think your second problem is that you have too many elements happening all at the same time. I do like the grooviness of the track. I do like the overall ideas. But you don't, and I see this is probably the biggest mistake when it comes to producing psytrance. People think that they need to build up this soundscape of sounds where every sound is like omnipresent and providing the groove, and they're all doing cool shit and they're all always in your face and big and psychedelic sounding, right? That's kind of the feeling I get listening to other people's music, how they approach music. What I like to do is say, okay, I have a certain amount of space in my mix, in my track. I want to give people the impression of like psychedelic stuff happening. For that I need some psychedelic synths. I will limit myself to 1 or 2 synths per section and just have those per section and then switch it off per section, right? So this is a good example. This sound here plays throughout this whole section and then it just stops. You have this thing. It's really the main sound of this section. There's other sounds playing as well. Keep in mind this track isn't finished. But it's still playing, it's still grabbing your attention and being the main elements. There's other stuff happening around it. But there's still stuff happening around it.
Captures our imagination.
Now we go to the next bit. Completely different synths, completely different vibe. A lot faster sounding, a lot more aggressive sounding, and therefore we also have other elements. I don't like to just add element on top of each other and never take anything out, because you lose focus of what your main element is. Right, so at the end of this drop it just feels like a little bit of a mess. There's vocals happening that I cannot understand. There's main leads that are happening everywhere that are playing through each other. Like right here, at this point, you should just turn the ARP off. We've heard the ARP for the whole track almost. At this point, the ARP would sound a lot nicer if you... Hello? Sorry. If you just turn it completely off for a little bit. Because then, once it turns back on... My screen is just going black all of a sudden in my OBS. I don't know if that's feeling. You can see it in my camera, just losing a lot of the light. Anyway, as I'm saying, if you drop out your ARP here for a little bit, and then you push it back in, maybe here, it gives it more power because it's not always playing, right? Once it turns off in the next groove. Yeah, I would do that here. I would just not have the ARP throughout this whole thing, because you already started here It plays from like here up until here. That's like a good part of the track. That's how long? That's like 2 minutes of just the ARP being the main element, right? For me, if you look at how long my main elements stay, this is 16 bars, this is 16 bars, this is 16 bars. I have a lot more main elements and I use them a lot shorter, and I just switch between one and the other. I did it this way because of our tracks, the second drop, it's kick bass. Yeah, but aren't you switching to your second drop here? Hello? Here? This is where I think the second drop is coming in, because this is the build-up. I want to see if I can see what's going on with your kick and bass. I do agree that overall the track sounds very nice. I cannot pause it. I'll just record it. I need to look at the waveform real quick because I am hearing some weird stuff happening. Of course, I need to solo it because otherwise it will record itself. Might be some weird compression kind of thing, but I feel like there's some weird stuff happening with your kick and bass. It is mixed nice and quietly. Give that going. What's going on here? You do seem to have a few messy transients here. Like this kick transient is a lot cleaner than this one. So you probably didn't resample your bassline well enough. I also feel like maybe the bass itself is a bit quiet now. Is this exported as an MP3 file? I think it is. I can hear the MP3 compression in the kick transient. Never export as MP3, guys. Do you hear how there's like a little bit of noise on top of the transient, and the transient is always different, and it feels like it's almost like gliding into it? You don't want that, right? We don't want it to sound like it's gliding into the transient. Or maybe are you using a lot of linear phase kick or on your master? No, because it's the same as here. Okay, so to give you an idea of what I'm on about, I might not even have that done right here. Yeah, so mine looks clean. The way that I decide that is if we look at the first transient of your kick, it should look the same as the last transient of your kick. And you should always try to have your bassline transient right here, for example. So on the grid, this one as well on the grid, nice and in line. But it does not seem to be the case by yours. Right, so all of these fade out to 0 right before the transient hits. That's how I resample them. I make sure that they don't overlap with the bass or with the kick. All of that kind of stuff. But I checked here, I think I uploaded the wave one. It's definitely not a wave. This is definitely MP3 style kind of compression issues that I'm hearing. Do you hear it too? Like this kick here. Listen to the difference between these two kicks. play it like normally. This should just be kick and bass, but there's all kinds of background things happening. Also, make sure that your transient, your click, is at the start of your bassline, otherwise it sounds weird. If you look at my bassline, transient is right at the start, right? There's no wave going into it. Whereas with yours, your bassline starts here and your transient of the bassline is right there. You don't want that. You want to make sure that your phase is set correctly, right? Which in Serum, why does this happen? It's what you've probably done is you followed the tutorial where they say you turn your randomness down and then you maybe have made your phase down, but you didn't set your phase in a way that makes sense. Because usually I like to set mine at 179. 179. And you can see it's right before the click, which is the actual transient of your bassline, right? This thing here. You can see it if I play it like this, that you can see the line, it's right before that. Anytime you have your phase starting here or there, it's not going to be a good idea. Because then your transient doesn't line up with where the grid is, where the groove of your beat is. You need to make sure that your phase is set correctly. Also, then you need to go through the whole cleaning process of resampling, cutting, fading, making sure that it's not summing to more than the sum of its individual levels. You don't want your kick and if you play your kick and bass together and your kick peaks at -8 and your bassline peaks at -9 like it does for me, you don't want your kick to be, or your kick and bass to suddenly peak at a higher level. How do I correct this freeze and flatten? There is a very standard way to fix almost any bass issues. And the idea is that you need to do some kind of quality control on yourself. So I'm going to go through that right now here with my basses. Say that this is my bassline. If I'm looking at my bassline, what do I look for, right? I'll take a section of kick and bass, total my kick and my bass, and then I'll record that. That's always the first step. Recording what you're doing. Looking at, okay, let's zoom in here. We look at the transient. Does my transient make sense, or do I see post ringing from the bassline? In this case, there's no post ringing. The transient is nice and clean. What you had with your track and what I can show maybe in other cases as well. I don't know if I have cases of my very old tracks. Do I have my older tracks here? Second. Not yet added, right? Why is it not showing that folder? Sorry, I just need to find my old stuff. I think this is the old version of the album stuff. There might be some tracks in here that have this issue. I will look for this issue because it's very easy to identify. Breaking the habit. What is the chances that this has some kind of kick and bass issue? No. No, this is clean, unfortunately. Sometimes it sucks to be a good producer. My Inner Jungle, that's the earliest track I made. There's of the album. If this has a clean bass, I need to find somewhere else. Okay, here's a good example. Look at the transient here, and look at the transient here. Do you see how this is all nice and clean, and the top and the bottom are like equally spaced, and there's no like weird shape printed in on it? It looks like a normal kick. Whereas if we zoom into here, you can see that it starts by being a little bit higher. The highest peak is higher than the lowest peak, and then it kind of morphs into a kick. While I was mixing, I kept the kick at -10 and -12. That's right now not an issue. What happens with kick and bass mixing is that what's most important is not the exact level that you set. What is more important is the relationship time-wise between your kick and your bass. Where did we just record that? Here. So to give you an example of that, what you want is you want your bass line to play here, and you want your kick to predominantly play here. Obviously you have your one note, which is morphing the kick and the bass together, which is creating your rolling bass line. But these two notes are bass, and this is kick. Is there any other ways to give tips for you other than PayPal? There's two ways to donate to me. There's a direct PayPal donation, which obviously doesn't work here, but then also via Stream Elements. And I think Stream Elements accepts credit cards too. But I would need to check. I cannot donate to myself, so I cannot check that. But if you go to the Stream Elements tip link down below, then that should work. A relation of kick and bass versus the rest. Relation of kick and bass versus the rest is that the kick and bass is always the loudest. Right, so I mix my kick and bass at -8 and -9 respectively, or -10 sometimes. And then my leads sit around -12. No, only PayPal, I see. I don't agree with that last statement, Greedo. At some point, your kick and bass is just going to become boring if you just have kick and bass, right? So what we tend to do is we tend to have our kick and bass really cut through in the first parts of the drop, and then towards the end here, these are where the synths really take the space. When I'm listening to this piece of the music, I'm focusing on the leads, not so much the kick and bass. The kick and bass at this point is the fundamental like basis for it, whereas how could you explain it? The kick and bass is like a building, and the leads are like the street art put on the side of the building. The kick and bass is like your fundamental part of it, and then the leads is where you do all your special stuff and that pique your interest, right? This is the lead is the most interesting part here. I turn off my leads. This is nothing. It's gonna become very, very boring very, very soon. So I do think that you need to take away attention from your kick and bass at some point. But when it comes to mixing, it's still the loudest part. The reason why it is the loudest part but not has the attention is because of its frequency content, right? A lot of it is sub-bass frequencies. I mean, you can sidechain and assure that the transient of your kick and bass remain audible. Yeah, but why would you... I mean, for the kick, I get it. That you want to sidechain to the kick. I've never sidechained to my bassline transient. In fact, I don't believe they are super important. Once you get into the part where you have percussions and drums, then the transients of your bassline really sit in the way. Otherwise the groove gets lost. No, I don't agree. Because at the end of the day, what's really establishing your groove at this point are your main lead elements. Those become kind of the rhythmical perception that we use. We still hear the bass line, and it's still pushing on your chest, but it's not in your mind taking away your attention. At some point, your kick and bass is just going to be overshadowed by your lead elements and your vocals and your effects and whatnot, because most of their volumes sit in the sub bass and we don't listen to sub bass actively. Right? We listen to 500 to like 5000 hertz. That's our main area where we like to hear things because of screaming babies in that frequency. I think the main frequency is like 2000 hertz, which is the exact fundamental of a screaming baby, and therefore evolutionary, we have been led to believe that that's the most important sound. I respectfully agree to disagree. That's okay. Everybody has their own idea on making music. And to be honest, when you said sidechaining to the transient of your bassline, I did believe for 1 second like that he might be onto something. But once I think about it personally, for me what's most important is the kind of your storytelling within sidelines. I think that... did you like the idea of the track though? I never finished listening to the track. Let's continue finishing listening with this track. Cannot really tell if the idea of the track is there if I don't listen to it whole. I do like this track, yeah. It's the structure is well defined and it's nice sound design. I think you're doing a little bit too much with your like elements that you're doing. That's a very nice sound. I really like that fill. That's really good. This already, like in the drop it's already sounding nice, but I'm 100% certain that here it's just going to be a mess of all kinds of different leads again. And that snare is just wrong. Do you agree that the mid-lows of the bass don't have to shine the whole track through though? When you mean shining through, the way that you said shining through throughout this whole discussion, did you mean per frequency or throughout the whole thing? Because if you want to say that the sub bass should shine through the sub bass part of your track throughout the whole track, or your low mids should shine through the sub bass or the low mids part of your whole track, then that's a different discussion than should they shine through the whole track, right? Because at the end of the day, once you have all of your leads in there, you are not listening to the sub bass. The sub bass then becomes a supportive element of the leads that you have built up together with the kick. They only stay there to maintain the driving rhythm of your sidetrance track. They are no longer the main element. So when you say like shining through, that's what I'm thinking of. Acting as a main element. And in that case, no. Then they're no longer the main element and they shouldn't be that. When you say per frequency, then it's a different story, because of course your sub bass from your bassline needs to be the only frequency that is happening in the exact amount of time that your bassline is playing. And of course with the kick, what we talked about with good separation, even this kick, I would go in here and before I go into mixing, I will cut off this little bit here, like this, and I'll add a fade to make sure that the sub is on its own. So in that case, yes, then it's very important that the sub bass shines through the sub bass part, but that's just good sub bass mixing. That's just in general, that's how you mix sub bass, making sure that it's on its own for any genre, not just psytrance. I think is shaper. That's to be undisturbed by other sounds. Yes, yes. But that's just general good mixing advice. When it comes to psytrance itself, I think that you shouldn't mix in a way that the kick and bass shines through the whole mix all the time, which I believed was what you were saying. Once you build up your mix with lead elements and your drums, these drums are taking over a part of the space of your bassline, which just completely gets lost in the mix. Because my bassline transient isn't that powerful, isn't that strong. Even if we look at the waveform, it's nowhere near like later in the waveform. And the heads are just only that frequency. Like if you look at this waveform, it's just only this tiny speck here is competing with this massive burst of that one frequency. There's no way you can mix it in a way that this transient shines through. Even if you sidechain this, the momentary impulse of that high frequency of that transient just goes to waste and you won't hear it. Part of perceiving frequencies is not just the loudness, but it's also the length of time, right? So to say that something this small, this little time, which is 0.02 seconds, 2 milliseconds, that has to shine through the mix. I don't buy it. I don't think that there's a need or a reason or even a way to do it. I think that it's much more important that you then, once these elements sit in here, once you have your track built up like this, where all of the sounds are already playing, then it's much more important that you find balance between the different elements. I agree with you that it has to shine when it's on its own. When there's like one element playing on top of each other, then you can hear the transient of the bassline. But even in professional tracks, go listen to a professional track and listen to the part where the all of the drums are happening and all of the synths are happening and everything is happening. You won't hear the bassline transient. You'll hear the lower mids and you'll hear the sub bass because that's the area where the bassline is most prominent. But you are not going to hear the 8,000 hertz of the transient of your bassline. That's going to be replaced with the cymbals. You're not going to hear 4,000 hertz of your bassline. That's going to be replaced by the leads. I'll continue listening to this. I'm going on another rant here. So I think we mostly agree then, actually. Yeah, I think so too. I think we misunderstood what we were saying with shining through. Didn't really like the snare as well, or do you think a shaper? Nah, this is more drastic. This is sound selection, just a different snare sample. This doesn't sound like a psytrance snare. It sounds almost like a dubstep snare. Kick, however, should stay prominent enough throughout if you want a groovy track. Yeah, that's the point of sidechain, is to add groove to it. Not per se to fix mixing things, right? Not like it's not going to, like your track is not going to work without sidechaining. There's a lot of tracks that I don't sidechain. In fact, here, no sidechaining. Sidechaining. Correct. Here there is some sidechaining. This one needed some sidechaining. And then the next one, no sidechaining. Right? Sometimes I sidechain, sometimes I don't. Depends on what kind of groove I want to add to the to that particular sound. Sorry. To find a nice snare. Well, do you have specific like psytrance packs? Because I mean, if I go in here, there's tons of snares that actually sound like psytrance snares. Right? Burst of noise. You can shape it how you want. I'm not a big fan of those that have like the dip in the middle like this, where it's like sounds a bit like that. I don't know how to explain it, but you can clearly see it like in the waveform. Show it off. It goes like and then it goes back up again. I don't like that. Personally, much more fan of like a snare like this that has a shape like that. But I like my snares to be fairly short, so I would usually go like this. I can play it here. right? Just a nice snap to it. Whereas with yours, it felt like there was a lot of like mid-range stuff, and it was too long, too prominent. It also feels like there's like a slide into it, almost like it's not on the transient. Like it happens right after the kick and not on the kick. Okay, so to recap quickly, choose a main element, have a main element in your track and mix accordingly. Make sure that you have levels to your track. I think I say this almost every single feedback session, so this is nothing to be ashamed about. It's very, very important in Psytrance that we guide the listener through a storyline, and you can only really do that if you go from one element to the next element and it is clear which element the listener should focus on. Because otherwise it's just a wall of stuff happening and we cannot decode it in our brain. As much as we like to think that we get carried away by the music while we are listening to it, we are still actively processing the music once it's happening in our mind, even if we are on a dance floor 2 hours into a live set listening to Psytrance. We are still trying to make sense of the music mentally. So it needs to be mixed in a way and structured in a way where there's a clear main story being told with a main element, and then there are supporting elements that add to whatever the main element is doing. Right? And that's as simple as just good volume balancing and just making sure that however many clips there are that are like long here, that there aren't too many. When we started off this stream, I immediately deleted like 3 or 4 elements because I knew that it was too hard to mix them all together. Here I could even argue that I may have some issues with these two overlapping. But you can clearly see that right here we have one lead element, then it's the next lead element, and then it goes into this lead element. In this case, I still need to make decisions. Which one do I want to be the lead element here? Which one do I want to be the supportive element? I will make volume decisions. I will like drop this down by 3 dB or drop this down by 3 dB so that it sits behind the other one. And we have a clear focus of what the main, most important element of the track is. I think that's really where you can improve with your music. It is definition of space for one element, space for the next element, really building up your track as layers, right? Kick and bass, main lead, all percussions and effects and supportive elements and stuff like that. Like 3-4 tiers to it. Anybody else wants a little bit of feedback? We can do that. Stream stuff, there's something here. House. You and are one. Assuming that I'm also supposed to listen to this, so let's have a listen. I cannot find it. You need to share your private link, SoundCloud, not the public one. This link is, if you post a private track, you can only link to it with the private link, which you get by not going to the URL bar, but going down in share and then sharing whatever it is that it gives you. It gives you like a different URL, which you can use. Thank you, mate, for all the help and sharing your knowledge about. Thank you. Thank you for submitting a nice track, giving us some topics to talk about and some topics to discuss. Dumb noob question, how do you cite BPM? Well, it's not a noob question because there is some science behind it. You could go ahead and calculate BPM based on key and like the oscillation length of your sub bass, which is a very technical way of saying that there are some BPMs for which, for example, kick drums and bass lines sit within the space better than others. I don't use that. What I do is I just purely decide on how fast do I want this track to be. How fast do I want it to feel, right? So in my production stage, when I still have the kick and bass or the bass line in MIDI, and I can still easily make changes on the length of the note, I will go ahead and say, oh, this track feels like 147. This track feels slower. I want a 138 BPM. This track feels medium, 143, something like that, right? So there are a few BPMs that I stick to. I like 138. I don't really like 140, so I'll usually do a little bit of a meta thing where instead of using 140, I use 141. Because I always associate 140 with the tracks that I made when I started off producing. I used the very first few tracks that I made that I thought were like dance music, which obviously back then sucked. But I did them exactly in 140 BPM because I didn't know how to change it in FL Studio, and that was the default tempo. So that's how I started with it, and that means that for me 140 BPM, it's always a little bit bringing back bad memories. So I'll go with 141, 143. I'll sometimes do 145 like this one, 147 if I want to go fast. And then I have the occasional one that the Feelings obviously is 110. The Awakening is 135, it's a little bit slower. And I have some other tracks in the works as well. Klaus track. Yeah, the Klaus track, he sent it to me, but he didn't publish it. Ah, you published the track. Okay, then it's good. Is this the collaborative track then? Or is this just the individual track from Klaus? "16 people watching, hit the like button." Oh, nice. Hello, everybody. That might almost be a record. I think. I need to check that.
Hello. Let us take you on a journey out of this galaxy.
Start of a collab. Okay.
Let your mind wander. Feel the peace all around you. You and the universe are one. Okay. Let's start. What I would say here is it feels like it's still very early in the process, so it's a little bit hard for me to tell, but I feel like a lot of the decisions that have been made feel a little bit wrong. The vocals really don't work for me, these. I would like to have these kind of vocals mixed in such a way that they sound very staccato, right? Very robot-like. So, not a lot of reverb, not a lot of delay, that kind of thing. Because at the end of the day, we can immediately hear that this is a robot speaking. For these vocals here, bring them out. Make them be the very loud vocals that we can understand and that we can appreciate, right? Good example of that is... I closed it, that's not... Good example of that is the track We Are Psychedelic by Tristan and Avalon, I think. At least the kilohertz guys. Now I need to know. Avalon, kilowatts, and Tristan. Yes. Or Avalon and Tristan are kilowatts, I should say. That's the right way of saying it. We Are Psychedelic. These vocals from this track, it's the same kind of idea of these. Processing is basically the same. I'm not going to play it, but you can listen to it. The processing is almost identical, but their vocals are understandable, whereas your vocals sit a bit in the background and I cannot hear what they're saying. Which is important with vocals because, as I said many times before, we do try to understand vocals. We do hear that, oh, this is a human speaking, right, when we hear the sound. So we try in our brain to see if we can understand what is being said. And if we conclude, oh, we cannot understand what is being said, then we'll treat it as an instrument, for example, like vocal chops. We realize very soon that vocal chops are something that is edited. Whereas here, it just sounds like a spoken word vocal, but very processed. So we're still trying to understand, oh, maybe we can hear what this vocal is about. Which is kind of how our brain is wired in, like, still, from evolutionary ways, because obviously it's useful to understand what is being said in a conversation. So we try to do that, even if it's within the context of a piece of music. Hartwig, hello, nice to see you. Now I do hear it, yes. Mine be Klaus K. But the average listener will not know. Right, there's no mention of that here. Obviously I know you guys now. I would be able to figure that out maybe, after listening a few times. Feels like things just start happening here. You have the delay still fading out and then suddenly it's just the build-up appears and the head appears at a random moment.
Touch the stars. Feel the vibration in
You're okay, so it's very clear that this still you are trying to experiment with ideas, right? This is nowhere near finalized. But what I would say is just have a good mindset of where you want to put things. The more I listen to this track, the more that I hear that I cannot really give feedback on things like mixing priority because you guys don't even know which sounds are going to go in here. Like this drop is empty, right? There's no leads in here, just the drums and whatever. Drums and that build-up that's in there and the snare. So it's a bit hard for me to give feedback on this in a sense that makes sense. I did say a few things about the vocals. Hopefully that's something that you guys can work with. But yeah, otherwise I just need to see where this goes. It's like trying to judge a cake on taste while it's still in the oven. Not really possible. Soon it will be finished. It's 3 hours in total, I think. Yeah, that's really at that point you're just at the start of your production. Okay, I think I want to do some fills. Unless there's other people that want to have their tracks listened to. Nobody right now who posted it. But otherwise I am just going to work on fills here. Because my fills are boring. And I don't like that.
Oops.
So time travel has really captured our imagination.
Okay, so there's nothing that gives us the warning for this big sound coming in here, right? What I want to do is I want to change that by having this come in here already.
So time travel has really captured our imagination.
I don't need this one here.
Our imagination.
This one, do we have a delay on here?
Captures imagination. Our imagination.
Extra delay on there. Sounds like Projector has been cooking something in the oven today. I had a deep freeze pizza. That's what I had.
So time
Very
travel
Italian.
really captures our imagination.
Hmm.
Time travel has really captured our imagination. 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 Imagination. Our imagination. So time travel has really captured.
Sorry, I just
Time travel
need to
has
understand
really
what's going on
captured
here.
Our imagination. So time travel has really captured our imagination.
I feel like this just needs to be much more compressed. I have no compression on this whatsoever. Which is why it's not pushing through. Let's see if I have supercharger here. This is theoretically a very good compressor for
Time travel has really captured our imagination.
stuff that needs to be loud.
Time travel has really captured our imagination. Time travel has really captured our imagination.
The wooden hull reverb is bothering me here. Doesn't add anything.
Time travel has really captured our imagination. Time travel has really captured our imagination. Time travel has really captured our imagination. So time travel has really captured our imagination.
Okay, so I want this to stand out a bit more. Up a bit.
So time travel has really captured our imagination. So time travel has really captured our imagination.
Now it just pushes through the mix a little bit. I like.
Time travel has really captured our imagination.
We can just go delayless, actually. Now that I'm listening to it like this, right?
So time travel has really captured our imagination.
I think without the delay, the vocal sounds a lot more stable.
Like it's almost like the delay was pushing it down in certain cases and pushing it up in others. And I don't really know what was going on there. But now it works. I want to quickly get a kick fill, which I have over here. All three at 0 dB. That's not good. Fix this. Okay, that sounds a lot better. That in here, little kick fill.
So time travel has really captured our imagination. Time travel has really captured our imagination.
Why this needs a delay.
So time travel has really captured our imagination.
Do I even want this? If I do it without it.
So time travel has really captured our imagination. Travel has really captured our imagination. So time travel has really captured our imagination.
Maybe without this thing in here.
Has really captured our imagination.
That really makes it explode, right? Then it just goes all the way to like low volume here, and then it goes down. Ah yes, of course, we moved the drop. That's why this recording is longer than its thing.
Time travel has really captured our imagination.
Then it just kind of like explodes into the full power part. Instead of always like gliding into it. We're getting some kind of weird 1/8 note delay from this. I like that. For once, the uncontrolled delay actually works. What is this doing? 99 feedback. That seems like a lot. I do like that this has its feedback. This is the part where the feedback is so high. Very nice vocal, by the way. Thank you. Glad that you enjoy it.
Yeah, so those can all be disabled.
We're stepping wrong on the feasibility of air travel, space travel, even time travel. Time travel.
I guess. Let's not add any gain to it. That's just like that. I don't even know if I want that here. Maybe I want a different sound altogether. Let's see what this sound does there. I don't like it here, but maybe here it works.
We're stepping wrong on the feasibility of air travel, space travel, even time travel. We're stepping wrong on even time travel. Air travel, space travel, even time travel.
But tip you on Gumroad, will it show up on your window? No, it won't. Unfortunately, the only way that you can tip and it show up on the stream is through the stream elements way of doing it. Which I believe you said was like only PayPal. There's actually another way that it shows up in the chat, your message, whatever you write as a message or whatever. If you do like the YouTube super chat, that will show up in the chat, but not on the stream. I don't know if it shows up on like this chat here, the one that you see on the screen, but it does show up in my chat. See you, Klaus. Sorry that you have to go, but real life sometimes calls or whatever. I don't know what you're doing. Maybe you're just going to chill or whatever. Anyway, it was nice listening to the collab that you guys started, you and Mindbee. To the stream for the CF projector. Thank you. I think that's gonna work out. So yeah, for my Logify, the only way to show up on the stream with like the message and that it pops up is through the stream elements donations. It's unfortunate. It's because I use stream elements for stream elements things. That's the only integration that there is between like the stream and the stream elements thing. It cannot even show it for like super chats, I think. Hello Steels, how are you doing? Nice to see so many people here. What kind of processor do you have? I have a AMD Ryzen 5 5800X. Restream doing well. Nice, nice. Table band here. And always just my tip for the camera. PayPal band? Where do you live that PayPal band? Anything wrong with PayPal? Turkey. Huh. I've never heard that. That's strange.
Had license issues, it's not working here since 2016. Wow. Okay, I mean, I guess you guys get used to it at some point. But me, without PayPal, I would basically, I would lose this job, right? Every payment I get from my students and the things that go on YouTube, even my YouTube money itself, I think, comes through my PayPal. And then I dump it on like my actual cards and stuff like that. I guess I've become used to the fact that it's so universal that you don't think about what happens when it's not there. But if you think about it, it's kind of scary that all of your income is, even though you're like an independent creator and you're doing your thing with your products and your YouTube and everything that you have, it all still comes through one company, right? If Gumroad stops doing its thing, I'll find a new way to sell my products. If PayPal stops accepting payments, I suddenly need to find new payment services for hundreds of like different spaces where I get where I have like payments integrated and stuff like that. I'll quit now, I absolutely need to sleep right now. Then go to sleep. You need to take care of yourself. If you don't take care of yourself, I will. I will come to your house. I don't sound threatening at all. Anyway, see you, Mindbee. Nice for you to show up today. Here, obviously, we're missing something. We're missing the fill. Ah, this is where the delay is. Ah, what was I doing? Maybe it's cool like this, where the delay just kind of suddenly stops. Maybe this is a bit too basic. Just make it lower. Want this to be a little bit lower here. Sometimes way thinking in my system works is sometimes hard. One side wants to do music or audiovisual work and play Minecraft all at the same time. Yeah, I get that a lot as well. I have the same kind of issues. It's just that you need to realize that what you are doing now definitely has like consequences on the future. And if I'm not working on my music, then obviously my music isn't going to go anywhere. So I use that to kind of force myself to have to work on music, even when I don't like the stuff that I'm doing. For example, like editing. I hate editing, but if I don't edit, you guys won't have a video, and you will be mad. You guys don't like that. And you will start watching other people, which is obviously not what I want, because I want you to watch me. So that forces me to have to edit. Downer isn't working. Okay, what I want to try here is to make this a bit more special sounding by... there's no automation on here, right? Let's actually switch these two around. This one goes 5 dB lower. Are there any effects on here? There's an LFO. This project is so old that my old default tracks still open up with an EQ utility and compressor, which I thought was very cool because then you could just get into EQing and compressing a sound or sidechaining a sound, and I was like, I will always need that. But it turns out that anytime my brain said like, oh, I need to EQ this, or oh, I need to sidechain this, I was already like in here with my mouse, and I would just drag on a new EQ like right here. I ended up just deleting them off my default tracks because they just take up space and do nothing, basically. Anyway, what I wanted to do is have these slowly come into volume. So like this. I think this is doing the same, right? If I look into here. Yep. We should start to hear them coming in. I wanted to rise a bit faster. Being in a brain is fun sometimes. Hard to imagine that all of this, what you're doing and what you're seeing and what you're feeling, is just a lump of metal. Or metal. A lump of flesh. Metal. I've now become part of the Mark Zuckerberg conspiracy. Nice. Just because I said that, one day when the robot apocalypse will inevitably happen, I will be on their good side because I said that I had a metal brain and not a flesh brain.
Einstein's relativity. Time goes slower.
Do you prefer separate sound design sessions and writing new music sessions? Well, I usually end up doing some very interesting sound design while I'm producing. So in that case, no, there's definitely like new sound design things that I do that I've never tried before. It's not that in my production I'm only doing the things that I very much know, like a lot of people do, is they'll do sound design sessions, make all of their new sound, and then they'll go into a new session and then arrange the track with the sound. I'm not that strict. I'm sometimes just messing around with sound in the actual production process. But I do have sessions, right? And quite a lot of them. If I go in my projects and I show my sessions folder here, you can see there's quite a lot of sessions where I decided to do something in a specific project so that I could remember it. But I wouldn't say that like this, I do it like this all the time where, oh, I'm now going to sound design, so I need to move into a sound design session. No. I'll do a lot of experimentation and creative sound design the way that you would normally do in a session, but in the music project. Which means that sometimes very interesting things just get deleted because they don't fit the track. And then I don't have them saved anywhere. Where was I? I was here somewhere, right? This. It starts off with like an offbeat feeling, and then at the halfway point I want the other things to come in, so a little fruitier still. Yeah, now it's predominantly like rolling.
feeling. Here we have to do something with the kick. This obviously cannot stay like this. We have like a little kick fill. Thanks, I often find it hard to not lose myself into a specific patch and was contemplating separating them. Yeah, that's the benefit. That's the reason why people do it, is so that when they are producing, they don't get, you know, the feeling of, oh, I need to make this perfect patch and I need to spend an hour on this patch and it needs to sound amazing. But to be honest, you can just train yourself not to do that. Like, it might sound insane to some people, but when I start a track, I import a kick sample and I make a bass line in 2 minutes, and then I'm on to the next thing. If I need to spend a lot of time on my details, I know people who work 2 hours on their kick and bass before they even get the lead sound down. Terrible. There's no inspiration there. But for some people it just works, and some people really have to separate them. Like you say, you might find that you spend 2 hours on a patch and it doesn't turn out like you want it. If you spend 2 hours on a patch and it turns out exactly how you want it to, then obviously that's a benefit, right? But if it never turns out the way that you want it to, and you feel like, oh, I'm losing myself and I'm using up all of my inspiration to make this one sound, and then this one sound just doesn't work, or I spent so much time on the sound that it sounded worse than when I started off, all of that kind of stuff can be indeed avoided by just going into like a sound design session and then picking ideas from sound design sessions to actually write your track. But I don't like to work that way. Also because I just hop around in the project at some points. Like what I'm doing now is, right, I'm just producing all over the place. I go here, I go there, I go back to the third drop, stuff like that. I just like to flow a little bit, I guess. Obviously that kick fill just makes it work. Without the kick fill it doesn't sound like it's actually transitioning.
Time goes forward. Gravitational redshift.
Don't really need a kick and bass in this part now.
Einstein's relativity. Time goes forward. Gravitational redshift. Dilation. Einstein's relativity.
That's a lot of drive.
Goes forward. Gravitational redshift. Time dilation.
I'm not really sure what I was doing here with it.
Einstein's relativity. Time goes forward. Gravitational redshift. Time dilation. Einstein's relativity. Time goes forward. Gravitational redshift. Time dilation. Einstein's relativity. Time goes forward. Gravitational redshift.
What's happening with this sound that it becomes so much quieter over this time? 100% feedback. Let's go no filter. Okay, I guess that works. Okay.
Time dilation.
Great bass and great groove. Thank you. I actually remade the bassline at the start of the stream. If you're interested in the bassline, I made it at the start. It was like
Gravitational wrench.
5 minutes.
Time dilation. Einstein's relativity. Time goes forward.
I guess it's a bit weird that we have this sound now coming in here. That it just goes down and then just doesn't happen, right? So I'll just leave it like this maybe. And this one is just sounds like a mess right now. This is really the phase where I overuse delays, I think. Just delay everywhere.
Time dilation. Einstein's relativity. Time goes forward.
Pass.
Time goes forward.
The delay also goes down to 0. That's where be delay.
Einstein's relativity. Time goes forward.
Can this just keep on delaying? I was there, lol. Oh! Well, then you don't have to go back and watch it again, I guess. I do want just this sound to continue, but not... Maybe I'll need to keep it like exactly 100. Okay, let's just go brute force this, because I have no idea what's happening and why it's not doing what I want it to do. It's like programming. It's doing what I'm telling it to do, but I'm not telling it the right things. Stream Elements bot running. I hope so. I've been live for 3.5 hours. It has sent messages before, so I was hoping that it was awake when it did that.
Time travel.
Time goes forward.
Explain yourself. What are you doing? We get this cool atmosphere in here. And it just becomes very quiet. Or am I doing something here? Compressor output gain 0 dB. Why is this not delayed more?
Is it just because I'm closing this filter so like too early or so early? I mean, I guess that fixed it. Let's have a listen.
Einstein's relativity. Time goes forward.
I guess that's it. But still, it loses all power. That isn't 100. Exactly. We'll just keep it at 100 and use the dry wet then. Yeah, it's indeed a weird delay sound that we have here. Now it's a little bit too loud here. Like down 2 dB. It's a massive hassle getting this to work. Also because this is a project that I haven't worked on in like 4 months. So I don't know what any of the automations were supposed to do initially. Okay, I like this. I just want to keep this almost like syncopated rhythm of the delay here for this whole part, I guess. Up a bit of right. Now there's another delay playing. That's not good. That's also delay with like way too much feedback.
Time goes forward.
And towards the end here it gets more volume. At least that was the goal, but it still just doesn't come through here towards the end. If you really want, I can just bump this up by a few dB. It's still losing peak volume over time, even with 100% feedback. I'm not a math genius, but 100% feedback should not lose volume. Push it slightly. Like, let's look at the difference when it's just playing as a lead here. Is it ever playing as just a lead now, or is it always like very delayed? I want to see if it becomes a lot louder towards here now. What I'm eventually planning on doing is having like a frequency shifter that makes it into a riser. Then maybe it will shine through the mix also a lot more. Add like an actual frequency end here.
pitch from 0. I will go up to 1000 hertz. Some delays don't have full feedback, or does Ableton delay have that? Well, it says 100% and it's supposed to also go higher. But now I don't trust it. Right? It has a feedback of 150, which is definitely going up in volume. So that's not the issue. It's just this specific delay doesn't do what I want it to. Not like there's like a... Filter is all the way open. I think that with a filter looking like this, these two little pieces that it's taking off is reducing the volume so much. But I don't want the filter to turn off because I want to use it. That's a dingus. Unfortunately, the chat is really... Since we had the little stop with the connection loss, which I just have every once in a while, my chat is like not in sync with what happened in the stream, so I agree with you that it's a dingus, but I don't know what you're referring to. Now we get a nice high end. We get too much high end. I will filter that out again. I just roll on the floor laughing. That's what I'm here for. To entertain. Now it becomes brighter over time. We don't want that to happen too much, obviously, because then it's going to take over. Let's have a listen to how that sounds. This is kind of what I want to achieve. Out now on this part.
Time travel. Space travel.
We need to have the fill become more powerful. Sounded like somebody opened my door, but I think that's just somebody going to the bathroom.
Time travel has really captured our imagination.
It's just a vocal. I can see why I wrote this fill down. Now with the delay not being there, right, because we removed the delay from this vocal here, and consequently also here. So now it's just powerful drop, the vocal, and then the powerful drop again. It sounds so weird. Big synths, all kinds of things happening.
Time travel has
Complete
really
stop.
captured our imagination.
And back again. It sounds terrible.
Our imagination. Time travel has really captured our imagination.
Let's not have this vocal in here. We already have it once as like a fill vocal. I think that's enough. Can create some fill stuff from this. I'll go down. Project is from back when I still didn't finish my risers before the fill. If you don't know, if you want a powerful riser and powerful fills and powerful transitions, then transition to this point, not to this point. Something that I've discovered in, well, actually in the track that we produced mainly on stream, the 76 one, this one. You guys will remember the. I've shown this track off on stream. I've produced 80% of this track like live, I think. Maybe less, maybe like 14. Right, you can hear how everything goes up until this fill, then the fill happens, and then the next thing happens. And then you get that. You get nice big transitions or stuff like this.
Matrix.
Let's see, is there more interesting stuff? Vocal fill, kind of standard. This one. And then obviously everybody's favorite fill, this one.
Now let's begin.
Here I'm actually rising into two separate points. This is interesting. I'm rising with the kick and the bass and all of the drums into this point, which then with the risers lead into this point here. And then there's like a separation between this part of the fill and this part. If you want interesting fills, this is how you do it. A lot of people, they just see a fill as, oh, that's where I need to stop the kick and bass for a bar and then have a kick fill. But you can do so much more with fills like this if you take just half an hour per fill to make them interesting, right? Take out some sounds, put some sounds in there, really play around with all of the little things that make your track work in fills. Right now this fill doesn't work, just doesn't sound good, right? It just kind of stops. And then it continues. Okay, so here we have an issue with that we cannot align to this beat because there's no note playing on that beat, which is kind of how this synth is designed. Let's mess around with some other things that we can do. We can use this kick as a fill.
This is the low pass. Let's I think this is also a good point to have this sound in here. Rhythm is like this. There's a bit of an issue here because I want this feeling to continue into here, right? The dotted eighth note or dotted quarter note, whatever it is. I cannot align anything with this, nor this, nor this really, because it's like right off the rhythm. Consider best energy out of it and fitting the delays part of that. Oh, you're talking to the guy in chat. I didn't. Sometimes I just look at there and say, this is all for me, this is all intended for me, not realizing that you guys also have conversations between yourself, which is obviously a good thing. Oh hey, we have a new name here as well, Victor. Victor Nadotti. Not a name that I recognize. Maybe he has been here before and I just forgot. Reach out as well. Remember seeing a video on Projector's channel where he was mixing time-based effects on separate channels opposite to having inserts on each track. Yes, actually, this is the. I think this is even the project which I used to make that video, because you can see it here, you can see it here, right? All of these like yellow tracks. All of the yellow tracks in here are like my track-specific kind of return effect thing that I. Nowadays, though, I usually just do that within the track itself, because the other way that you can do that without making a new track is just to go in here and then 1 and 2. And you can do whatever you want with this. So this will be your dry track and this will be your wet track. And then you can set volume balances between these. And so you don't have to use a new different audio track for it. I'm from Brazil, I watch your videos, I learn a lot. Nice! Glad that my videos can be helpful. Also my live streams, hopefully. Okay, so now this still feels really boring. Sometimes it does work with like just a delay tail of this, and sometimes it doesn't. Obviously that depends on the random feeling that this has. Just see. What if instead we do this thing? We do it like that and we turn off this delay here. Here this is gonna take over, so like this.
I'll figure something out for the second bit here. It's been almost 4 hours. It's past 9 o'clock. I'm getting a little bit tired, and I have to do editing work. So I think I'll leave it for here in terms of the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed everything we did today. I made a ton of progress on this track. Even though we did like a lot of feedback and I tried to explain a lot of the things, I think that we made a lot of progress because, one, we restructured the whole thing, and two, we really eliminated all of the little details that I wasn't happy about. And now it's just filling in the spaces again, and then this track will be finished. So I feel like this track, 1 or 2 more sessions, and then it can go into mixing and mastering, and it's like finished. Thanks for putting so much educational stuff out there. It's my pleasure. It's what I like to do. Thank you guys for watching. That's all I can say. The last few weeks have been kind of chaotic with the album coming out and also my channel just blowing up. When I say blowing up, I mean going from 1,000 daily views to 2,000, which for some people is not really going viral, but for me, it's really something. So yeah, it's just nice to see that what I'm doing is making so many people happy and allowing so many people to write the music that they want to write. And that's all I care about. Trying to get people to make art. And fun art at that. One final thing, one final request. If you haven't seen it, about a week ago, I think now, or a few days ago at least, I posted on my channel a Google Forms link where you can go and give me feedback. How long ago was that? 8 days ago. I'll drop it in the chat. That's a very long link. Why? YouTube makes their own like redirect things, but I'll quickly put this in the chat so you guys can help me out. If you want to support me and give me some responses here, that would be very nice because I can use it to improve the quality of my content. Are there any other questions? Any thoughts on going over darker styles? No, not specifically. I don't like to make him. This is just not the kind of sidetrance that I'm into. When it comes to like doing it for educational stuff and stuff like that, then there isn't really anything that changes with the core concepts that I try to teach in terms of the way to like structure a track or the way to prepare your fills, prepare your transitions, prepare your different elements, place your different elements. All of that stuff is all the same. Your sound design just changes. That would be my only thoughts on it. There's not much different. You can just apply what I'm doing in my tracks and say, oh, I changed the sound design. I make the kick slightly darker. Instead of like 12 dB per octave filter, I use a 24 dB per octave filter, all of that stuff. And then it's all the same. Like Psytrance, for what it's worth, all of Psytrance really follows kind of the same strict rules. At the end of the day, we're trying to make a dance song that needs to fit into a live set. And there are just a few rules with what you're doing that makes that work. Like 16 bar sections works very well, right? Your rolling kick and bass line should have the bass line transient right here at the start of your bass, right? That's true for darker sidetrance, that's true for like high-tech sidetrance, that's true for any sidetrance. So all of those rules, just apply them and you're gonna be good. Is that also the same for Zenoesque? To be honest, I've never really listened to that. I'm assuming that it is, because I would kind of like say it's the same thing as if you're looking at a classical piece where you analyze like the chords that they use and the melodies that they play and the keys that they're in. They're going to be the same keys as, for example, somebody making a guitar solo or shredding on a guitar, right? Even though they're making completely different genres of music, they still abide by the same rules. And within Psytrance, the rule set is fairly strict in terms of what you can and cannot do. I've seen
an inspiration to a lot of people, and your knowledge is greatly appreciated. Thank you, guys. A lot of nice messages today. A lot of golden nugs in your video. Very inspiring. Very, very cool. Yeah, I do need to end it here because I have, as I said, editing work. Next video, I don't know when it will be. Next stream, next Sunday, I won't be here, so I won't be streaming. Hopefully, around midway next week, I will be streaming again. I'm going for the weekend back to the Netherlands to celebrate the 90th birthday of my granddad. So that will be a lot of fun, but that does mean that for a little bit of time, the streams aren't going to be. And also, I might struggle with getting the content ready for like next week. But that's a combination of, one, the video that is coming up is fairly difficult to edit. And I'm not going to tell you why, because if I tell you why, then it's spoiled. But it's going to be a very fun video, a very cool video. It's just a very big video. So that takes a lot of time, right? Either way, I hope you guys are going to enjoy the video, obviously. I still need to edit it, but I think it will come out great. Any updates on the new masterclass? I need to film one more chapter, and I'm going to edit that chapter the week after I come back. So next week, I'll edit that, and then I hopefully have it published before the end of the month. That's still the goal, to have it published before the end of the month. But there will be a video with that and a little trailer and stuff like that. All of that I still need to make. I still also need to do all of the artwork and that kind of annoying stuff. There's always much more time that goes into that than you think. But if everything goes well, then before the end of the month, masterclass will be out. Yeah, I think that's everything I need to say. Yeah, see you guys next week, somewhere in the middle of the week, and I'll just hit the start stream button like I did today and watch you guys come in. And yeah, I'll see you. Bye bye.